Boże, jak to szybko się zaczęło. Coś zmienili z TikTokiem? I się całe świece. Coś zmienili. Nie wiem, czy nie na gorsze. Okej. Damy radę, ale dziwnie. Czekajcie, może tą kamerę jakoś zmienię. Bo jest taka sharp. Nie wiem, czy to... O, zakres kolorów zmieniłem. Przestrzeń barw. Trochę lepiej. Trochę lepiej. Teraz lepiej. Bo jakoś dziwnie tam było. Ola, obecność. Boże. Na Discordzie dam wam jeszcze znać. Dobrze. Podgląd na TikToku jeszcze. Hej. Paulinka, obecność. Nie wiem co z Ewą, bo widzę, że się pojawia, ale nic nie pisze. Później znika. Nie wiem co z Ewą. Muszę do niej napisać i zapytać, co się dzieje u niej z TikTokiem czy z czymś. Co to jest Live Fest? Co oni znowu wymyślili? Ceremonia wręczenia nagród? Co? Jaki Live Fest? Co? Ale dziwne. Siema. Alan. Obecność. Maybe. Boże, jakiś Live Fest jest. Co oni znowu wymyślili? Dobra, od razu się zacznie akcja. Bo skończyliśmy ostatnio na tym, że musimy uciec przed zakonem. Także czas start, akcja. Boże.
There he is! Come on, hurry up!
Uciekaj.
We're sorry, Darren, but we can't allow it.
No.
Oh, no!
Darren. Aha. Czyli nie tak. Boże, to co my mamy tu zrobić?
We're sorry, Darren.
Nie.
Oh, no!
Mamy zrobić tutaj coś innego?
He's closing the door.
Push it!
I can't hold it closed forever.
Zamknij.
Very good. The iron bars have blocked the door.
Szybko, Darren.
Hell, come on! Gotta get the damn door.
Hejka. Szybko.
Nothing's happening. Hell, come on!
Szybko, otwórz. Które kurwa drzwi mają?
Hell, come on!
Coś się zjebało.
Hell, come on!
Zamknij je.
Quick, we'll have to pry it open.
Use the lever.
Half of the hose.
Szybko. Szybko, Darren.
No way! Where and how is the hose?
Kurwa jego mać. No nie wierzę.
There really is oil on the floor of the...
Woda. Kurwa, zrób coś. Ja pierdolę. Zapiszę. Zapisz jako... Kurwa, co mam zrobić? Świetnie. Run, Forest, run! Wikali, obecność. Ja pierdolę. Co mam zrobić?
A water hose about...
Nie wiem, nie wiem, nie wiem. Do dupy go sobie włóż.
No way! Where and how is the...
Nic nie ma już. Co masz zrobić tutaj, Darren? Pręt! O Boże, pręt! Szybko!
An iron bar.
Pręt, kurwa, szybko, pręt! Pręt, wąż!
Good. I'll knot the hose tight in the middle of the bar.
Szybko!
Perhaps it'll work.
Może zadziała, kurwa, szybko! Jest! Szybko!
Yes! The bar...
Szybko, Darren!
There he is!
O nie! Nie, Darren!
Too late! Grab him!
Nie! Darren, kurwa! Szybko! Nie pamiętam wyjścia stąd! W lewo! Kurwa, w prawo! Nie pamiętam! Biegnij! Tędy! Zamknij drzwi!
Well, they sure aren't gonna follow me through this.
Szybko! Tak! Whole day! Tędy! Uciekaj! Uciekaj, Darren! Nie wyjdziesz tędy!
There's an iron ladder on the wall.
Bala obecność! Zamknięte, kurwa! Nie wyjdę tędy!
There's a metal.
Ja pierdolę! W prawo! Kurwa, w prawo! Gdzie było przejście? Don't remember! Gonią mnie! Zbiry! W lewo! No bo jest tu ciemno, on nie ma... Zgubił ten... Zgubił oświetlenie. Wyjdź stąd, kurwa, nie pamiętam wyjścia stąd. Tędy, nie tędy, tędy. Dobrze. Darren, szybko. Do pokój Angeliny. Pokój Angeliny.
Oh, hi, Murray.
What the hell's going on here? You can smell that stench through the whole hotel. Pack your things immediately and get out of here!
There's something I gotta do very urgently, Murray. I'll be as quick as I can, and I promise it won't happen again.
No, it certainly won't.
All right then, I'm here.
O Boże, Angelina!
What's going on?
Angelina!
Come out here and show yourself.
Angelina!
I'd do anything for you. Why didn't you just tell me the truth? Oh no.
Co? Co? Who's that? Angelina!
Lena.
Angelina! To nie jest Angelina. To jest Angelina. Angelina! Angelina! Angelina? Ja pierdolę. Boże, jak tu Iri.
Where am I? Something's not quite right here.
O, zapiszmy 5 jak 5. rozdział. Boże.
Mom?
Darren? Darren, is that you?
Mom, what the... but you're...
You're not my son anymore.
But
Ja pierdolę. Mamo!
What the hell was that? Did I see a ghost?
Mamo!
It says Fulla. What's Fulla's grave doing here?
You pussy. I'm gonna get you.
We'll see about that.
O Boże, co się tutaj dzieje?
What the... I don't believe it. Ah!
O kurwa.
Ah!
Darren! Boże.
What a crazy dream. What was that? Hello? Ah!
Were you having a nightmare?
What? Who are you?
I'm Ralph.
My
Ralph?
name's Darren. Where am I? Is this the old academy?
Mr. Bubby and I live here.
Ralph! Pamiętacie Ralpha z jedynki, co był w tym szpitalu psychiatrycznym i jebał tego misia w nocy, bo potrzebował miłości i go ruchał. Pamiętacie?
What are you two doing here? You
Nie
and
chcesz
Mr.
wiedzieć.
Bobby.
We live here.
You've already said. But, is there nowhere else you could live?
No, the evil house where we used to live doesn't exist anymore, and we didn't want to go back there anyway.
Could it be that you once lived in Sir Robert's sanatorium?
And Mr. Bubby too. He protects me and tells me what I have to do.
It's good to have a friend.
And Mr. Bubby says that all the time too.
Did you see the big fire at the lighthouse?
Yeah, I like fire.
You wouldn't have liked this one.
Angelina was here. She came, and then she went, and then she was here again, and then there was someone wearing a white mask, and then there was fire.
Hold on. You know Angelina?
Yes, she was here a lot.
So, there was Angelina and a man with a mask, and then there was a fire?
Yes, first we hid ourselves because it was thundering, and the bad man wasn't supposed to see us. But then the fire had shone so nice, we just looked. I like fire.
Yeah, and then?
Then the fire went out. The rain put it out. Then you came. You were calling out loudly, but I didn't know what. Then you fell down and stopped moving. Mr. Bubby said I ought to get you into the dry.
Tell Mr. Bubby thanks from me. That was a good idea.
Mr. Bubby says, my pleasure. We don't often get visitors here.
What happened then?
Then the police arrived. We don't like them. They wanted to take us away to here. Then along came a really nice black car. It looked a lot different from the police cars or the cars we sometimes see in the village. It looked kind of old, but it was very nice and shiny. But it wasn't there for long.
Did you see who was sitting in it?
No.
Isn't it dangerous here? The ruins look like they're in danger of collapsing.
Sometimes stones do fall down when it's stormy and there's thunder or if the wind's blowing wildly. But then we always hide anyway. Mr. Bubby is scared of thunderstorms.
Are there good hiding places here then? Maybe some hidden rooms or passages?
We always hide ourselves here in our house. Nothing can happen to us here.
Yeah, sure.
Angelina!
You said that Angelina was here quite often.
Yeah?
When was the first time she was here?
I don't know.
Approximately. Around about... What do you reckon?
100 years ago?
Huh. And what did she do here?
She had a very careful look around at everything, and then she found our house. She said she was looking for something. A door that led under the ground.
When she was here yesterday and disappeared for a short while, where was that?
I don't know. Mr. Bubby wanted to make himself nice for her and didn't look.
Mr. Bubby wanted to make himself nice for Angelina?
I think Mr. Bubby was a bit in love with her. But he could never bring himself to tell her.
And now, it's too late.
Maybe he'll tell her next time, when she comes to visit us. You think she'll come and see us again soon?
That's, I don't know, Ralph. Perhaps.
Siema Maciej, obecność. Tak, wolny dzisiaj, wczoraj byłem w pracy, dzisiaj wolny. Odpierdalam to co zawsze.
You know Black Mirror Castle?
I've never been there. I think there are bad people that live there. Sir Robert lived there, and he was bad.
Yes, he was.
Our friend Samuel used to know the castle.
Samuel Gordon?
He used to help me and Mr. Bubby. I liked him. But then when they shut down Sir Robert's wicked house, they said that Samuel was a wicked person as well. I don't believe that. Sometimes you do things that are wrong, but you don't mean to be wicked. Wicked voices make you do it, said Mr. Bubby.
I need to get going, Ralph.
See you.
Ralph powiedział, że Angelina często tu bywała, także w ostatnich dniach ukrywała się tutaj. Gdybym znalazł jej obozowisko, może odkryłem tam jakieś ważne wskazówki. Okay.
This shed looks anything but livable. On the other hand, Ralph will be better off here than in a sanatorium. You can't begin to imagine what that crazy Robert had done with the inmates. Not exactly what you'd call a cozy home sweet home. The corrugated iron will keep the rain off. A weird stone head. It looks rather like a troll. That doesn't seem to have any practical purpose.
Czyli to jest przy latarni morskiej? Tej lokacji nie było wcześniej.
They look like they've been hanging there for decades.
Żebyś wiedział.
They sound eerie. I can still see her. The charred body hunched so unnaturally. Terrible. I'll never be able to forget this image my whole life long. The fire didn't spread much. The grass was already wet before it rained. Those bastards covered her in gasoline and put a match to her. I hope she was already... I hope she didn't have to suffer too long. When I get my hands on these guys, I'll avenge Angelina. And I'll avenge myself. They've taken away the only person that still meant something to me.
O, Darenek.
Wind and rain will wash away the ashes. The grass will grow, but no one will forget Angelina.
Kochany. To jest szkoła. Szkoła? Jakaś szkoła. Tu jest latarnia. A, akademia. Tego nie było w jedynce. Szkoła tutaj była, jest. Nice.
What's that amongst the stones?
Pionek?
A chess piece. The king. I wonder who put the chess piece there. It can't have been sitting there between the stones long. It's not been weathered at all and looks brand new.
Ciekawe.
A stone chess piece.
Jak będzie zagadka w szachy, to nam się do tego nie zrobimy.
There's a knife sticking out of the wooden beam. It looks like someone's been carving into the beam. With little talent, but a lot of patience.
Nóż. Nóż.
The knife isn't new anymore, and also not especially sharp. No good.
Będziesz z nożem podróżować? Naprawdę? Notatka?
A small smudged note. It says, the king went north, the pawn went south, the queen... I can hardly read the rest. And the knight to the... something ST.
A, to jest wskazówka do zagadki z szachami.
The words on the note are... The king went north, the pawn
Królowa.
went south, the queen... I can hardly read the rest. And the knight to the... something
Na wschód.
ST.
Wschód. Będzie zagadka z szachami.
I'd just like to get a bit closer to Ralph. If only I knew what I'd just like to get a... This must have been a grand hall. Maybe with a gallery. There's the remains of the first story. I think it's an elder bush, but I'm not 100% sure. The branches are very long and straight, too. Very typical for them. It's pretty difficult to break off branches like these. When the bushes, they have a thick, flexible bark and fibrous inner. It's pretty difficult. They have a thick, I'll cut a little piece out of a branch. A small piece of wood from out of the elder bush. It's damp, and you can clearly recognize the thick bark in the light. I saw that on TV once. If you hit the bark with a hard object, like with a knife, then the bark loosens itself from the wood. Then, with just a bit of pressure, you can push the piece of wood out of the bark. Just cut a slit in the bark here, push the piece of wood back in a little, And there you go. A whistle.
Piszczałka.
It's a simple whistle. By pushing the piece of wood into the bark,
Chcesz piszczałkę, Ralf?
I'd just like to get a bit.
Nie chcę piszczałki. Piszczałka.
The staircase leads to nothing. It must have fallen.
O Boże.
The raven flew out of a crack in the rock. There might be a cavity behind that.
Szczelina. Gdzie masz niby tą szczelinę? Z drugiej strony?
A heavy stone pedestal. There are 4 recesses. I can see some remaining bits of black and white coloring in between. Like a chessboard. If this is supposed to be some kind of chessboard. A solid stone slab. It looks like there could be a space behind it. But how can I shift this slab? It's gotta weigh a ton. A solid stone, but how can I... These stones look a bit weird somehow. They don't look like they've all fallen like this just by chance. It looks like they've been stacked up. There's a chess piece lying there.
Mamy kolejną, musimy mieć 4. Dobra, mamy 4 figurki szachowe już. 2. A musimy mieć 4. Mieć 4 figurki szachowe.
I still haven't got all the pieces.
Gdzie jest niby ta szczelina? 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 Halina? Nie ma tu nic. Od której strony ja mam tam wejść?
Hello, Ralph?
Hi, Darren.
I saw a raven there a short while ago.
We don't like him. He's always screeching and flapping, and he steals things.
He steals things.
He once stole the lid off one of our cans.
He likes shiny things.
Me too. And it was our lid.
Do you, by any chance, know anything about the chess pieces that are hidden somewhere around here?
What are chess pieces?
Little figures that are kind of kings, queens, castles, and knights. They're usually small and made out of wood. But I'm looking for bigger ones made from stone.
Mr. Bubby found one like that. It's a horse, a really nice one.
Hey, cool. Would you lend it to me?
It's Mr. Bubby's toy.
And would Mr. Bubby lend it to me?
Mr. Bubby plays with the horse. If you take it away, then he'll have nothing left to play with.
Ah, I understand. But what if I brought him something else to play with? What does he like playing with?
With horses?
And, what else?
Mr. Bubby likes music. Maybe you can get him something he can play music on. You can get him a piano.
That could be a problem. Hey, Ralph! Have a look at what I got here.
Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that.
Wow! That's much better than a piano.
And smaller, too. Now, can I just borrow the horse for a short while if I give you the whistle for it?
Okay.
Wherever you are, I believe. Co z tym krukiem trzeba zrobić? Nie mam nic świecącego. Ja ci dam przerwane połączenie. No, masz szczęście. Jaka szczelina? Jak masz się tam w ogóle dostać? To jest jakaś kpina.
I'd just like to get a bit closer.
Nie ma tu już nic. Może potrzebuję lustro? Lustro? Coś świecącego? To mu się spodoba.
A card from the Willow Creek area. It's marked where the murders took. I want to find out what Angelina was looking for.
No, nie może tam wrócić. Może się poruszać tylko po tych dwóch miejscach. Kurwa, czyli kujnia. Nie wiem, co trzeba zrobić z tym krukiem. Ale tu już raczej nic nie ma.
I'd just like to get...
No przestańcie, że tutaj nic nie ma. Możemy tylko wrócić do ruin. Nie ma tu nic więcej. To co ja mam tutaj zrobić? Nie mamy nic świecącego. klucz? Czy to jest polowanie na piksele? Nie no, tu nic nie ma. Kruk był tutaj, że tu niby jest szczelina i co ja kurwa mam z tym zrobić? Tutaj już nic nie ma. Jest tylko brama do klikania. Trawa. Trawa.
Hey, what's this then?
Figurka. Masz 4.
It's a little stone figure. Looks like a chess piece. It's the queen.
Dobra.
The words on the note are partly the king went north,
Król
the
udał
pawn went
się na
south, the
północ.
queen... I can hardly read the right.
Król udał
The
się na
words on the note, the
północ.
king went
Król
north,
udał się
the
na
pawn went
północ.
south.
Król udał się na północ.
I heard a quiet click.
Król udał się na północ.
The words on the note are the king went
Pionek
north.
na południe. Pionek na południe.
I heard a quiet click.
Pionek na
The words on the
południe.
note, the king went north, the pawn went south, the queen... I can hardly read the rest. And the knight to the... something ST.
Czyli tutaj jest.
I heard a quiet click. I heard a quiet click. Phew.
Gdzie będę jeszcze? No będę! Dzisiaj cały dzień jesteśmy, Paulinka. Cały dzień przed nami.
The right arrangement of the pieces has made the gate open. I'll just leave it there.
No,
When Mr. Bubby has had enough of his whistle and wants his horse
będę,
back,
będę.
then he can come and get it.
Także do zobaczenia, się nie martw. Boże, aż się boję tam wchodzić. Matka mu powiedziała, nie przechodź przez lustro. Tak mu powiedziała. Kurwa.
The damn bird again. He's got his own private way into this room.
Weird place. Dobra, co my tu mamy? What we have here, Darren? Lampa
Old-fashioned
naftowa.
oil lamp. This place must have been even spookier in flickering light from a flame. I'd rather leave it where it is.
Plecak.
I'd say the raven pecked it apart. Maybe he was looking for something edible, or more sparkling things. Some clothes. They really could have belonged to Angelina. And here, a little book. Is that... That's gotta be Angelina's diary.
Pamiętnik.
And here, there's a folded note in the book. but one thing at a time. What's she written on the last pages? Tuesday. I found him.
He's called Darren Michaels. Or rather, that's the name that they have given him, if I'm right about my suspicions. He's very nice. I don't think he has the faintest idea about the whole thing. I wanted to speak to Mrs. Michaels, but nobody came to the door when I rang the bell. There seems to be a man following me. Even before my departure, I had the feeling of being watched. What does the man want from me? Evening. Mrs. Michaels has had a terrible accident. She's lying in hospital with severe head injuries. I wonder if she had already fallen when I rang the bell. Oh, God, I'm imagining all sorts of horrible things. Wednesday. I've been arrested for the murder of a man whom I barely know. I was led into a trap. A voice told me over the phone that they had information about Darren. When I arrived at the store, I discovered the body and was promptly arrested. I think my pursuer is behind this. Or am I being paranoid? Who can have an interest in finally ending all of this? Afternoon. Darren is so sweet the way he's really gone to town to help me. He's so ready to help. He's a bit of an oddball, but I like him a lot.
No.
Doesn't matter if he is who I think he is. I found a good friend. Or maybe more. Later. Reginald Boris. That's my pursuer's name. There's no doubt anymore. He's here to hinder my search, to stop what I'm doing. Who has sent him? Evening. It's him. I know it now. He brought a little casket with him on our first date. Inside there was a photo of his mother and the servant Bates. They were standing in front of the gate at Black Mirror Castle. I recognized it immediately. He simply has to be a Gordon. His mother had an affair, and after the fire, she went to the USA. But I don't have the guts to tell him. His mom's lying in the hospital, and he has enough to worry about. On the other hand, I've got to find out who my new adversaries are. What might happen if I were to take Darren back to Willow Creek, and in doing so, bring him into danger? I couldn't forgive myself for that. I'll go back on my own and start my own investigations into who our enemies are. I'll tell Darren everything at some point.
Grubo.
Like I thought. Angelina knew more than she let on the whole time. And she put herself in danger to protect me. It all fits together. The payments from Willow Creek, there being no pictures of my father, and me not being able to remember him. There was no car crash. There was a fire in the castle, and my mother was injured then. She was sent to the USA and received a pension, or maybe hush money. The only thing I don't understand, what is it all about? What did Angelina want to achieve, and what does the Order want to prevent? And most importantly, what have I got to do with it?
Kurwa, wiecie już? Czaicie to, kurwa? Ja pierdolę. Pamiętacie z początku gry, jak była żona Samuela i ona zginęła i ona była w pożarze? Ona tam nie zginęła. Wyjechała do Ameryki. Więc Darren jest bezpośrednim synem Samuela. Więc jest z głównej linii Gordonów. Więc jest tak samo przeklęty jak Samuel. Ja pierdolę. Ja pierdolę. Darren.
There's nothing else in it. It's all scattered around. There's nothing else in it. It's all...
Ja pierdolę.
This note was stuck in the diary. It's a letter. Darren, I hope this letter finds you.
I can't tell you just how sorry I am that I wasn't honest with you right from the start. I've underestimated the danger from the Order for way too long. I've been playing a little game, and now it looks like I've lost. The Order's agents are creeping through the ruins, and it's only a matter of time until they discover this room. I'm going to hide the pieces, and I'm going to try to break through to get to the village. Perhaps I can at least keep them away from the gate. Should you be reading this letter, then I haven't made it. And so, I ask you to complete my work. You don't believe in the curse, I know that. How could you, though? You were so far away. But I came across some illustrations during my studies, and it's all true. Terrible things happen here every 12 years. And that's been going on for centuries. Maybe it's mass suggestion, or maybe it's some kind of radiation, or maybe it's a curse. Call it what you like, but it has to stop. The key to all evil is hidden beneath the Academy. A chamber which was used centuries ago for some kind of dark rites. There are also the soul keys which Samuel Gordon discovered 12 years ago. Destroy them. Destroy everything. And if it's all just a fantasy in the people's heads around here, take away the reason for them to fear. But guard yourself against the Order. It is an occult sect which I had believed to have died out. A great mistake. It still exists. They mess about with dead bodies and they want your blood. According to the legend, only a male Gordon can open the cult's chamber, touch the soul keys, and carry out the dark rituals. That is why I was looking for you. I believe that you are the last of the Gordons.
Pierdolę.
You are in the greatest danger, as long as the keys and summoning chamber are not destroyed. Then the Order will hunt you down to the very ends of the earth. Up until now, I haven't managed to penetrate the catacombs. To open the gate, you need to have the mosaic tiles. I have only found one. It's in my rucksack. The other two are hidden somewhere within the castle. The only clue I have to the hiding place of one of the other tiles is a name. Maximilian Mortimer Gordon. You have to return to Black Mirror Castle and look for the mosaic tiles there. The danger is great, since I'm sure that most of the castle's residents are also members of the Order. So don't make yourself known to them. It's the only chance of getting the mosaic pieces, and the only chance, perhaps, to discover who your father is.
Samuel!
It's all so awful, Darren. It's as though I've opened Pandora's box. I wanted to do something good, and in doing so have brought you into terrible danger. I hope that everything will come good in the end, and that we too can start afresh together. With love, Angelina.
Pierdolę.
A curse? All of this because of a curse. The blood of the Gordons. An occult secret society which like to call up the devil in person. It's all so crazy. How can you kill folks in the name of such a fantasy? How can anyone get so caught up in this superstitious baloney that they kill for it? But Angelina's right. Bizarre as these people's motives might be, they're gonna keep on going as long as they can see a chance of achieving their goal. They've gotta be stopped. And I'm gonna stop them. Angelina's death shouldn't have been completely in vain.
Boże.
The piece of mosaic's not in the rucksack, and there's nothing else lying around here. But I should check inside the sleeping bag, just to make sure.
Kruk zabrał.
The piece of mosaic spot, I'd say the raven pecked it apart. A stone plinth. The pieces of mosaic that Angelina wrote about fit in the 3 grooves on each side of it. A stone plinth. A stone plinth. Nothing. No mosaic tiles. I think I know who's got it. Not only have I got to get the 2 pieces from the castle, I've also got to retrieve another from a feathered thief. The gate won't move, and I can't see it. gate won't move. The piece of most and the raven? So the raven got in here. There's a big hole in the roof. It wasn't really... Black Mia...
No, od razu tu
I knew
idziesz.
my path would one day lead here. I'll find out who my father is, find the mosaic pieces, and make sure that Angelina's death hasn't been in vain. But I gotta be damn careful. According to Angelina, at least one of the castle's residents is a member of the Order. Maybe I can find out who that is. The two stone figures look almost identical. I can't see anything that could be of interest. The two stone figures... I can't see anything. The stone figurine is a naked woman, a nymph. I can't see anything. The stone figurine. The two stone figures. I wouldn't even have dreamed of standing in front of this gate a few days ago. It looks just like the photo. It almost looks like time stood still here. The gate is bolted and made of solid iron. Huh. The lock on the letterbox seems to be damaged. Empty. 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 Huh. The braces on this door are badly weathered. Two have turned to rust and aren't even connected to the door frame at the bottom. It seems they're a bit more relaxed with nudity here in England. Alright, I don't need to examine it in such... It seems they're a bit more... No way. The braces are only connected to the frame on one...
Aha. Great.
No way. Nah, I'll only break this good lockpicking tool. I need something bigger. I don't think I'm gonna get through this door using skill.
Czyli siłą.
Alright, I don't need to examine. Castle looks real gloomy. The overgrown garden, the damp fog, and my current state of mind don't really help. The entire estate is probably enclosed by this fence. The aristocrats in this country don't really foster an open-door culture. There are no answers to my questions in the village. A card from the Willow Creek. I want to find out what Angelina...
Czym ja mam to zrobić?
An electric doorbell? I was expecting an old bell. Nothing. Maybe it's broken. Really seems to be broken. Oops. Now it's broken. No, it's empty.
No, gałąź.
There's a really thick branch lying in the undergrowth. Looks solid. It's damp but not rotten. It must have broken off the tree quite recently. Maybe in the storm yesterday. Using this branch as a lever should work. That's it.
Hey! How did you get in here?
The gate was open.
Really? I'll wring that brat's neck. I've told her 100 times that the gate must always stay closed if we don't want yobbos snooping around the grounds.
If you're referring to me, I'm not a yobo. I'm a policeman.
Oh, you don't say. Then you're sure to have ID. Can I help you, sir?
Bej!
I've told Mr.
Lewis, good sir. To you, it's just Lewis. You'll take care of this bit? Wonderful. You will have to excuse our gardener, sir. How can I help you?
My name is Falk. I'm investigating a murder that occurred at the lighthouse last night.
I heard about that. Terrible. But tell me, your accent...
I'm part of an exchange program. The United States, Canada, and Great Britain exchange detectives to learn about the various investigative methods. Sherlock Holmes meets Dick Tracy, you might say.
If the government deems it necessary. What about Inspector Collier? Shouldn't he be accompanying you?
He's, sick today.
Ah, I see. He is getting on a bit. How can I help you?
Phew. This is an amazing property.
Indeed. It's a place steeped in history.
Unfortunately, all that history often had plenty to do with blood, death, and misfortune, from what I've heard.
The Gordon family was often put to the test. That's true.
Forgive me for putting it like this, but the castle doesn't make the best impression.
I don't understand what that has to do with your inquiry, Mr. Falk.
A witness saw an unusual black car at the crime scene.
What do you mean by unusual? The Gordon family does have a classic 30s English automobile in its possession.
Unusual enough. Were you up on the cliff with the car this morning?
The ladies haven't driven out anywhere today. And I also don't think that Lewis has taken the car either. Ask him. He looks after the car. Mainly when he should be looking after the garden.
This Lewis has a bit of an abrupt manner.
He's Welsh.
Uh-huh.
He came with his mistress, Lady Eleanor, when she moved in here after the death of her husband. He used to look after her castle's gardens in Wales. He used to have a different kind of work ethic there.
Lady Eleanor owns a castle in Wales?
She does. Her husband, Sir Richard, was killed in a dreadful accident a few years back. She moved here soon after that.
Interesting. What can you tell me about Samuel's ghost, which some of the tourists believe they've seen?
Indeed, there are a few tourists who believe they have seen him. But nothing unusual has happened for 12 years now. Apart from the castle being virtually besieged by tourists every now and again.
But not anymore.
No. Although, only yesterday there was a married couple who came to see the castle and its alleged ghost. Since they asked me politely in advance, I let them have a look around the garden. But did they find what they wanted? I very much doubt it. There are no ghosts here.
You said ladies.
Lady Victoria, she owns Black Mirror Castle, and Lady Eleanor is a relative of hers from Wales. The ladies are the last of the Gordons. They reside here in the castle.
Can I have a word with them?
I would prefer it if you didn't disturb them. Lady Victoria is not a young woman.
No harm in a few words, surely.
Whatever there might be to discuss, you can also discuss with me. I've been involved with the Gordons for more than 70 years. I can tell you everything you may wish to know.
This woman has been murdered. Did you know her?
Are you sure, sir?
Sadly, yes. Her name is Angelina Morgan. You seem to recognize her.
Come with me, sir. We'll have to show this to the ladies.
Fine.
One moment, please, sir. I'll announce your arrival.
Boże. Ładnie to zrobili. W porównaniu do jedynki.
Mr. Falk, their ladyships are ready to receive you.
Mr. Falk, is everything all right?
Yes, thank you. I didn't sleep well. Lady Victoria? Lady Eleanor. My name is Inspector Falk. I'm investigating a murder case.
Bates said you had a photograph of the victim.
That's right. Do you know her?
What's her name?
Angelina Morgan.
I don't know her.
If that's everything.
I do have a few more questions.
It's all right, Bates. Of course, we will be glad to cooperate with the police. Drive to the village and do the job I asked you to do. I'm sure the inspector will keep us company.
Very well, Mom.
Ale szydełkuje ostro.
How can we help you?
How can we help you?
You seem to be extremely keen to see the picture of the dead woman, and Bates had a noticeable reaction when I showed him the picture. You are sure that you don't know this young lady?
Quite sure. Only we are concerned. The murder took place quite close to here.
Not the first.
Sadly, you're quite right. It's now. It's 12 years ago, you understand? So many years. And now there's another murder.
Tell me about the series of murders 12 years ago.
No. It doesn't have a thing to do with this crime.
Leave all that alone. Please confine yourself to this murder case. This is quite bad enough already.
Your butler Bates seems to be looking after you.
He has been our butler for decades. He is something like the decent soul of this house. He sees it as his highest duty to do all he can for my well-being. Also, even if he neglects his own welfare.
Is he ill?
Yes, I fear he is. We've often suggested that he sit with us and enjoy some peace and quiet for a while. But he always strictly denies that he can no longer fulfill his obligations. We've recently taken on domestic help to at least help him out a little.
May I look around the castle? I'd very much like to talk to Lewis one more time.
Of course. We have nothing to hide. Stay as long as you like. Only please keep away from the private rooms.
That goes without saying, ma'am. No, not now. You've only been living here a few years, Lady Eleanor?
That's right. I didn't want to live alone in a big house after my husband died.
So you moved in with your relatives in Willow Creek and brought Lewis with you?
Lewis was our gardener in Wales. He is sometimes a bit difficult, but I didn't have the heart to lay him off. I offered him to come with me and look after the garden here.
Which he doesn't seem to do.
Well, he didn't cope very well with having to leave his garden and his home in Wales.
Tell me about your estate in Wales.
It's a lovely castle. Not as big or old as this one. I haven't been back since we left. I'm afraid it's probably in a terrible condition. And the marsh has probably spread even further. It's terrible. I couldn't stomach seeing our home like that. We had many happy years there.
When did your husband die?
A few years ago, Sir Richard, my husband, was a scientist. He did his experiments in a summer house. I used to joke that he would blow himself up one day. I didn't really believe that that's exactly what would happen.
Huh. I'm willing to bet that I was imprisoned in Lady Eleanor's castle. It all fits together perfectly. And the phone call would suggest that it wasn't chosen at random. Did she make her old estate available for the Order to use? Lewis is here of his own free will. I don't understand why he doesn't give this new life a go.
You are young, Mr. Falk. You don't know what it's like having to leave your home behind you. Lewis's roots are in Wales. A tree withers without roots.
Why doesn't he go back then?
I've suggested it to him. I promised him a small amount of money to start him off. First, I thought he would do it. But then he stayed after all.
Strange.
He's a complicated man. He's been working for me for over 20 years, but I still don't have the feeling that I actually know him. I think he blames me for his unhappiness. He only ever speaks to me if it can't be avoided, and I can see that hate in his eyes.
What kind of research was Sir Richard doing?
He had very diverse interests. After the tragedy 12 years ago, he was mainly concerned with, well, with blood.
With blood?
He was convinced that the Gordons' blood must somehow be different from that of other people. I think he was looking for a scientific explanation for all of the misery that has accompanied the family for hundreds of years.
A curse in a test tube.
Insanity is hereditary, as you may know. Why not misfortune?
Or the misfortune is only the result of the hallucinations. That explains what Angelina was looking for in Wales. She was hoping that Richard had found out something interesting before he died. I'm going to have another look around. Goodbye, Lady Eleanor.
It's nice to see another face in this house.
I don't have anything to ask. No, not now. No. I don't want to look in there again. Really not. I'd say something like a knight or a nobleman. And judging by his clothing, he must have been around 100 years ago. He seems somehow familiar. Probably an ancestor of the Gordons. Huh. The plant hasn't been here long. Considering the amount of light it gets, it's not gonna last long either. A small fire for such an impressive fireplace. The old ladies here seem to be a lot tougher than back in the States. Over there it'd be at least 82 degrees in every room.
Dobry. Obecność.
I'll have time to stare into the flames and be all melancholy when this is over. Jeez. Now that's a friendly-looking face. That's how I imagine a bloodthirsty Russian Tsar would look like. Wild eyes, evil glare, and expensive clothes. I'm quite sure that he didn't earn the bling on his fingers and round his neck through hard work. No, not now. I don't have anything that. The chair looks inviting, but it's too early now. A huge metal globe. A monstrous thing.
Nie wiem. Przez Dead by Daylight porzuciłem trochę tą grę i przez Black Mirror, które też miałem zaczęty. Ja mogę grać tylko w jedną grę naraz. Bo inaczej inne cierpią na tym. Ale już mamy ostatni rozdział, tak mi się wydaje, więc niedługo dzisiaj skończymy na tą grę i przejdziemy do następnej. Jeszcze nie wiem do jakiej. Muszę się zastanowić.
Why are there only candles burning here? No, not now.
Globus. Boże.
There's some letters engraved in the stone plate on the globe's pedestal. There are names. A whole series of them. Wait a minute. The first name is Maximilian Mortimer Gordon. That's the name from Angelina's notes. Does that mean... Huh. I can't hear anything, but the stone slab could be the lid of a secret compartment in the globe's pedestal, and it would be an ideal hiding place for a piece of mosaic.
No, wygląda jak drzwiczki.
The knife would bend before moving the slab an inch. I'm almost certain there's a secret compartment hidden behind...
No, jak się do niej... Orange.
There's an ornate fence or some kind of barrier around the globe. No idea what that's for. There's an ornate fence. There's an ornate fence.
Orange.
No, not now. I don't have anything to ask.
Dobra, wyjdźmy na dwór. No, Black Mirror Castle.
The castle looks really lived in from here. There's light coming from many of the windows. Looks as if the ivy has killed the tree and is now attacking the house. Quite convenient for a burglar. But as long as I'm allowed to roam freely, I'm not gonna start climbing around on the facade.
Okej. Darren.
The guy who built this castle had weird taste. The view would be great from up there. The tower seems to have windows on every side. Perhaps it used to be a defense tower and was later converted.
Stajnie. Do bramy zamkowej. Są tylko te nimfy.
That way leads deeper into the garden. It's all overgrown and fallen apart. I'd be better off staying away. I don't think I'm gonna find anything.
Dobra, idźmy do stajni. A to jest jakaś skrzynka? Nie. O Boże. Ale eerie.
An ancient well. I can't imagine that it's still in use. Even this place must have a normal water supply by now. There used to be some sort of device hanging on this frame, which brought the water to the surface. There's nothing about the well that interests me. There's nothing about the well.
Okay.
The floor here is rain-sodden and very muddy. The floor here. Apparently, these things are to blame for the English still driving on the left. If you were to guide your horse with your right hand, you'd run the risk of being squashed between the wagons. Judging by its condition, the car was probably in use up until a few years ago, but it's been standing there for some time now.
Drzwi? No, to jest na tyły. Dobra, drzwi są na tyły.
An old wooden staircase. Probably leads to the stableman's room. I don't want to go up there. Doesn't look there. I don't want to go up there. The gate must have been replaced a short time ago. The wood still looks new.
Drabina.
An old wooden ladder. It seems to have been used.
Drabina. Zmieściła się w kieszeni? Zmieściła.
It looks to me like the ladder's old. The best of British technology. Ralph Ralph was talking about a shiny black car. Is this the one he saw? But who drove from the castle to the crime scene this morning? What were they doing there? I don't even know about American cars. My knowledge of English cars from the first half of the century. Hey, Lewis.
You again? I thought you'd been thrown out.
Lady Victoria gave me permission to have a look around the castle and the gardens.
How nice of her. What do you want?
What can you tell me about the castle?
Nothing. A big, ugly building.
With an overgrown garden.
What have I got to do with that?
Aren't you the gardener?
My garden's a few hundred miles west of here.
In Wales?
That's right.
So you just do the bare minimum here, if at all.
The garden's too big for one man alone, and what's the point in looking after it? This whole place is doomed. The house is falling apart. The lady won't live for much longer, and Bates is as good as dead.
You're hoping that Lady Eleanor will return to Wales when Lady Victoria dies?
Perhaps.
That's a nice car.
Certainly is. The only decent surprise here. I discovered it behind the stables, built it back up from scratch. My father used to work on a car like this, and he taught me quite a bit.
Do you sometimes take it out for a spin? To the coast, for example?
I drive the ladies. They used to still have bloody horses in the stable, but looking after them was too much effort for the old folks. Now, this is the only pair of wheels. But the ladies don't leave the house much at all. Bates usually walks to the village. He says it's good for his health. But every time it takes a bit longer.
You weren't at the coast with the car this morning?
No.
What can you tell me about Lady Eleanor?
If you want to know something about Lady Eleanor, then you better ask Lady Eleanor. She's her own favorite subject.
You mean she's egotistical?
She threw everything away and fled here in a mad rush after Sir Richard died. Who does such a thing?
The castle and the garden in Wales reminded her of her dead husband.
And she should have thought of the family history. You don't just give up an house where generations have lived and worked.
How did her husband die?
He blew himself up, did all kinds of strange experiments. In the last years, he became obsessed with uncovering the secret of what drove Sir William and his sons insane. He hardly left his lab anymore, and collapsed in exhaustion more than once. Her ladyship was very worried.
Bates seems to be very tired.
He's terminally ill. The doctors say it's a miracle he's still alive. But let me tell you, Bates will kick the bucket on the very same day that Lady Victoria dies. Like a dog that follows its master. I think he just finds it unfitting to die before his mistress.
He says he's worked for the Gordons for more than 70 years, and that he knows all their secrets.
I'd believe that at the drop of a hat. No one knows the castle and garden better than him. But when it gets to his own bonce, he's getting forgetful. A loyal soul. That's why they've given him Sally, I think.
Lewis, do you believe in ghosts? Some tourists claim they've seen some here.
Oh, yeah, the reputed ghost. They besieged us for weeks on end after Murray planted that rumour. A whole pack of them completely trashed the garden.
Lady Eleanor said she gave you the option of going back home to Wales. and even offered some money to get you set up?
I don't know what that's got to do with you.
I just find it strange. You desperately want to go back, and are even offered some money, too.
And then? Work as a caretaker in a new bloody housing estate? I've offered more than once to look after the castle in Wales, and keep it in working order. But apparently there's not enough money for that.
So, it's not so much about going back to Wales. It's more about going back to your castle and your garden.
That's right.
What you really want is to turn back time. Unfortunately, that's never been possible. Well, see you later.
Not if I see you first.
Lewis toolbox. Various wrenches, a cloth, a hammer. Huh. I think I'll take the big hammer. I could also use it as a weapon if I need to. Which might be the case in this place.
Młotek.
I don't need any more.
Młotek.
I'd rather leave.
O, Lady Eleanor zniknęła.
I don't think the ladies would be that happy if I were to use a hammer. You'd hear that through the castle. Oh, the police would be straight on to me. And then...
No, młotkiem tego nie zrobię.
I don't have anything to ask.
Dobra, zobaczmy najpierw to.
Lady Victoria's on the phone. Let's see.
I don't know if it's him. Don't we have a photograph?
Young man. It's not befitting, even for a policeman to eavesdrop behind closed doors.
I didn't mean to. Pardon me. Were they talking about me? But why should Lady Victoria, of all people, cooperate with the Order? She's got more of a reason than anyone else to want to put an end to the curse. Oh, I don't want to disturb Lady Victoria's phone. I don't have anything to add.
Tu są drzwi.
A large double-winged door. It's no different from the others. It's locked. It's locked.
No, będę musiał użyć wytrycha?
This tool is not designed for such old locks.
To młotkiem? Ja przyszedłem jedynkę i zacząłem dwójkę, ale się nie wciągnąłem. Przyszedłem Syndicate. Bardzo mi się podobało Syndicate. Grałem w te China i te inne, Liberation, ale to są słabe gry.
What's behind the closed door over there?
There was a terrible fire here 24 years ago. Samuel's wife, Catherine, lost her life. That wing has been closed off since then. Too many memories, I think.
Did the fire start on the ground floor?
No, On the first floor. The ground floor was mostly spared as far as I know. But even the rooms below those destroyed in the fire remain closed. Bates and Victoria make sure that no one goes into them.
I see. Was anyone else injured or killed?
One of the cooks was injured, as far as I know. She wanted to help and was badly burned.
I'm going to have another look around. Goodbye, Lady Eleanor.
It's nice to see another face in this house.
Czyli Samuel miał kochankę? No. No ja przeszedłem 1. Nie była to jakaś zła gra.
A basket of knitting gear. Wool. May I borrow a piece of thread, Lady Eleanor?
Some thread?
Yes, please. About 2 yards?
Certainly. Help yourself.
Thanks.
Po co ci nitka?
Good. Thread is always useful. I took some of the tear-proof stuff.
No, wiem. Pamiętam. Może nie była to jakaś szczególna gra, ale pamiętam ją dobrze.
Oh, I don't want to disturb Lady... Well, the dishes are well looked after, but you can't hide their age. They're becoming faded. There ain't many dishes for such a big household, but they're probably only used by the ladies. Much too good for the servants. A few teaspoons. They're all well polished and lined up in a neat row. I'm just gonna take a spoon.
Łyżeczkę sobie wziął. Łyżeczkę sobie wziął.
Two little metal pots. Judging by the layer of dust, they're no longer used. No.
Nie chcesz wziąć patelni? No co ty?
A kitchen range that could really only be found in furniture catalogs of the last century. You can't really make out anymore what this... perhaps it's not such a good idea to hang pictures.
Probably. Probably right.
A pair of old rubber boots. They're as clean as when they were made.
Po co wziąłeś gumiaki? Naprawdę zbierasz takie rzeczy?
The rubber boots were standing in the kitchen. They coffee grinder is the last thing I'd have expected in an English, but it looks really new and... Oh, excellent. Transylvania may be somewhere in Romania, but don't... The door is bolted. Might lead... That's for hanging up meat or plate.
Albo do zawieszania surwów Dead by Daylight. Killerem jest Samuel Gordon. Niech wszystkich zawiesza.
An empty vase. It looks old. Hello.
Oh, hello. A living soul. Here?
My name is Falk, Inspector Falk. I'm a policeman.
A copper. How exciting. I'm Sally.
Ile tematów do rozmowy, ja pierdolę. Będzie plotkarą strasznie.
Do you know this woman?
Never seen her before. Looks a bit like a snob.
I don't suppose there are pictures of all the cooks who have worked here by any chance.
No idea. Must be ages ago, though, since there was an actual cook here. Ask Bates, he knows everything.
I'd prefer not to ask either him or Lady Victoria.
Then I don't know either.
You and Bates look after everything here?
Well, looking after. Bates does most of that. He lets me do all the dirty work, cleaning, cooking, and all that sort of thing.
Isn't that your job?
That's what he says all the time. But being honest, I'd expected something quite different, you know? I mean, a castle with such knobs living in it. You'd expect the odd soiree every now and again.
Or a cute prince.
Well, Charles is off the market now. But anyone under 80 would do this place a world of good. Sometimes it really does seem like a grave here.
Grave, yeah?
Lewis seems to take care of his car rather better than the garden.
That's for sure. Ever since I've been here, he's been doing something to it nearly every day. And when he's not fixing it, he's either polishing or driving around in it.
Has he driven it this morning?
This morning? Yeah, he did. I heard him starting it up. You can't help but hear that.
But you didn't see him?
I know exactly what that car sounds like. When he's working on it, he must start at something like 20 times a day.
But you weren't able to see whether or not Lewis or somebody else was driving it?
Lewis is the only one who drives that car.
Okay.
Okay.
What can you tell me about Lewis?
A disgusting man. Ugh. I was hoping when I started he wouldn't be a snob like all the others are here. But he's just as boring and in a permanent bad mood. I never get more than 3 words out of him.
Do you know what's behind the locked door in the hall?
I've asked myself that question too. But you can't get a thing out of Bates about it. Once, he got me listening at the door. He gave me such a telling off, like nothing I'd ever known before. He was so mad, he nearly collapsed. He was coughing blood and I had to hold him up. I've been giving the door a wide berth since then.
I've got to find out what's behind that door. The rooms there would be an ideal hiding place for one of the mosaic tiles. Is Lady Victoria a good boss?
I don't know. Bates hardly lets me talk to her. When I first came here, I made her ladyship a few suggestions on how she might want to redecorate the castle a bit. Just get rid of a bit of the mustiness, you know? Since then, I always have to ask Bates if I want something from her ladyship.
What's wrong with Lady Eleanor?
What could be wrong with her? Snore. Sits around all day either knitting or reading.
Anything else?
She plays piano for Lady Victoria every now and again. In this house, that counts as having a wild party. You know, it's about time I got myself another position.
You want to leave?
Yeah, sooner rather than later. Maybe to a movie or a pop star's house. Somewhere where things are a bit lively at least.
Can you tell me anything about Samuel's ghost? Apparently it's been seen by a few tourists.
Oh yeah, I've seen it too. At one of the windows. It scared the living daylights out of me. A gruesome face. I hope I'll never see it again.
Huh. That's true. At which window?
I don't remember exactly. I think it was in the Forbidden Wing.
Forbidden Wing.
Yeah, you know, what's behind the locked door in the hall.
Okay. I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
She's so busy at the moment.
A w kuchni już nic nie ma. Chodźmy jeszcze raz do stajni. Skonfrontujmy go, że skłamał.
Hey, Lewis.
What is it now?
Sally says that you were out in the car this morning.
Sally should keep her nose in her gossip magazines where it belongs.
So you didn't go out in the car this morning?
I said that already.
I don't believe him. Which of the old folks could have driven the car without Lewis noticing? I met Sally.
Huh. The only one in the castle who's not at least 100 and starting to decay.
Is she a good housekeeper?
She's lousy.
She often seems to be in trouble with Bates because of that.
He's the one that chose her, and turned away much better candidates.
Why did he do that?
Yeah, if you're worried about being replaced.
Then you chose the worst possible replacement, to stay indispensable yourself.
That's how it is.
Well, see you later.
Not if I...
Good day, Sally.
Yes?
Lewis said that Bates selected you for the position, not her ladyship.
Yeah, that's right. There were a few candidates. The cleverest ones made for the exit as soon as they reached the gate. But if I was being honest, I thought that out of those I met, there were a few of them who were better suited to the job than I was. I was a bit surprised when he chose me.
He must have been impressed by your hidden qualities.
Yeah, and so now, all he does is moan about everything. He spends the whole day creeping about after me. Sally, do this, do that, don't do that. Ugh, like being in school.
Okay, I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
I don't have anything to ask.
No. No ładniej to wszystko wygląda niż w jedynce.
Stories, adventures, and fairy tales. Dickens, Defoe, Anderson, Jules Verne. These are probably the most modern books in this library. Shakespeare dramas, Shakespeare tragedies, Shakespeare comedies. Ah, poetry. The Encyclopedia Britannica in at least 3 editions. Bibles and religious texts. Some of them look damn valuable. At its peak, the British Empire encompassed around 1/4 of the entire landmass of the planet. The globe is from this period. The ladies probably approve. That's the Gordon's family tree. Almost the same as the one in Wales. That's the Gordon's family. That's the Gordon's family.
Robert Randall.
That's the Gordon's family. That's the Gordon's family tree. An old-fashioned telephone. An old-fashioned...
Już nic nie ma. O, Lady Eleanor.
I don't have anything to ask. Victoria, would you please tell me what's behind the locked door?
Only an unused wing of the house.
Could I have a quick look in there?
No, unfortunately not. The wing is in danger of collapsing, and that's why it's closed off. For your own sake, keep well away from that wing.
Absolutely. Your domestic help, this Sally...
Ah, have you already met her?
She doesn't really seem to fit in here.
With us old people, do you mean?
She seems to be the exact opposite of Bates.
That's a sharp observation. She embodies everything which is the opposite of Bates. Undisciplined, untidy, unreliable. She gossips.
Perhaps he wanted to demonstrate to you what you have in him.
I know exactly what I have in him. But I also know he's not well. He can no longer care for the house and us old ladies all on his own. I will look for the next domestic help. And it will be someone rather more industrious. Someone who will rarely take the load off Bates.
I'll go and take a bit of a look around.
Of course.
I don't have anything to ask.
Dobra, idź do góry.
I have no idea what that's supposed to be. An old-fashioned telephone. But who should I call? An old-fashioned... An antique vase or carafe. It's locked. That's probably...
Ooh, fancy.
A pile of towels. Small ones, big ones, nothing but towels. pile of I wonder what was going on with that mirror down there in the hall. I'll probably collapse of exhaustion when this... What an effort it must take to keep this old tiled floor so clean. I can imagine Bates checking twice a day. The floor is more than clean. The floor is That is so comfortable. A bench in a bathroom. Curtains in the bathroom. Lots of roofs, alcoves, walls. I wonder how many rooms the castle has. You could... A tap, like any other you might have found in this country. It's running. An old-fashioned bathtub. Doesn't look... I can't see anything unusual, apart from the fact that the plug is missing. I can't see anything. Powder, makeup, and so on. Nothing. A lion's head. I think the lion was a symbol of immortality. So much for the nakedness in England. 4 naked girls at once here. So much for the nakedness. So much for the nakedness in England. The door is locked. Damn, I can't get it open. The lock.
Nic już tutaj nie ma tak naprawdę.
The castle is very beautiful, but, well, It's
slowly falling down, you mean? I'm afraid you're right. And it's not the only thing here that's falling down.
How do you mean that?
The Gordon line. We've lived here in this area for centuries and have shaped it like no one else. Our family is going to die out, Mr. Falk. Soon, there won't be any more Gordons. And the worst thing is, I am no longer even sure that this will be a loss.
You mean because of...
Because of the misery for which some of us are responsible. Yes.
I've just realized that if Angelina's right, then this woman is my grandmother. She doesn't seem to know anything about her grandson. Or maybe she does. Her look was somehow strange. I'll go and take a bit of a look around.
Of course.
I don't have anything to ask.
Gdzie jest? Bates.
And now the boots look like boots should. Dirty. I'd rather leave.
Dobra, idźmy do łazienki. I zróbmy ślady na posadzce. Tylko to mi przychodzi do głowy na razie.
She's so busy at the It would be better if I didn't make a mess of the floor. I have no reason to, and Bates would be really pissed if he caught me.
Co mamy zrobić? Po co ci drabina? Po co ci to wszystko? Jakieś łyżki, młotek? Po co? Co masz tutaj zrobić? Gdzie jest Bates? Tu go nie ma. Batesa w ogóle nie ma. Może błotem musimy...
I've knotted the spoon to the thread. You're not gonna free that in a hurry. I've knotted the spoon to the thread.
Łyżka na nitce. Bez sensu. Do czego mi to ma być? Potrzebne?
That's taking it a...
Drabinę dziwną.
That's probably the Gordon's family coat of arms. I don't know anything. It probably means something like, we are a very old... I'd rather leave. He doesn't like that at all. I gotta be careful. Ravens have got hard beaks that are as sharp as knives. They can really make a mess of you. A bird's nest. Let's try it. Look at this! A shiny spoon! Excellent. Angelina's mosaic piece. A piece of mosaic for a spoon. A good deal for me.
Mam już jedną mozaikę.
It reminds me of the leaded glass in church windows. According to Angelina, all three pieces together.
Masz mozaikę.
I'd rather leave.
Dobra, tu już nic nie ma do roboty. Błoto.
The floor here is rain. There's nothing about the well.
Mamy jedną mozaikę.
No, not now. I don't have anything to ask.
To nic nie ma.
She's so busy.
Też już nic nie ma. Bez sensu. Gdzie jest Bates?
An old-fashioned. That's the Gordon's fan. That's the Gordon's fan.
Stół. Tu jest stół jeszcze. I co jest na stole?
A little side table with a tea service on it. A little side table. A little side table. A little side table with a tea service.
Bez herbaty i bez imbryka. Co to ty masz tu zrobić? Gordon?
No, not. I don't have anything to add.
Coś gotuję. Fajnie, nic nie zrobimy. Z globusem nic nie zrobimy. Jakieś brudne buty.
So much for the nakedness. A pile of towels. A pile of towels. A pile of towels. I just made them dirty myself.
Korek by się przydał. Jak?
The floor is more. The door.
Też już nic nie ma. To co my mamy tutaj zrobić?
As long as the
Dobra, musimy odwrócić ich uwagę. Ale jak?
No, not now. I don't have anything to ask. An old-fashioned. It would be better if I didn't make it.
Musimy odwrócić uwagę lasek.
She's so busy. I'd rather leave.
Ale jak? Dzbanek.
An old, original English tea. Huh. I could ring for tea time. That would get the ladies out of the hall. And leave.
Don't touch! Please excuse me, but this teapot is very old. He's just popped down to the village to get some tea. We've run
There's no
out.
more tea? I didn't even think that'd be possible.
Fate said that the tea had gone bad. he got rid of it.
Huh. Or he needed an excuse to go to... As long as Sally's here in the kitchen, it's so busy at the moment, I don't want to...
Kurde.
I'd rather...
Może teraz mogę. Wiemy, że Batesa nie ma.
An old-fashioned...
O Boże, ale syf.
Oh, what a mess. It used to be clean. It used to be...
Dobra, teraz Sali się pozbędziemy. Wreszcie idzie do przodu. Teraz do Sali. Powiedzmy jej o łazience.
Good day, Sally.
Yes?
I noticed that the bathroom floor up there is extremely dirty.
What? Not again.
It looks like boot prints.
I've told Lewis a million times he shouldn't come through the house in his muddy boots. Damn it. I better clean that up before the old git notices it. Otherwise, he'll have me cleaning it again and again and again.
Again. Amerykanie mówią again, a Brytyjczycy mówią again.
Sally is distracted. Time to... And then I'll try to work out where I can get some tea at short notice. Sally's cleaning.
Herbatę. Ona mówiła, że on ją wyrzuci. No nie widziałem nigdzie kosza na śmieci.
An English teapot. I can use it to lure the lady. So, the teapot and service are already in place. Now we just need some tea. It'll be dangerous for me in the village. The Order will definitely be looking for me there. But it'd be a good opportunity to see if Bates is trying to alert the Order. I'm gonna have to go back to the village and get some tea. Before I enter the lion's den, I'm gonna take some precautions. It'd be best if I lure the entire Order in the hotel. Then I can walk around the village square in relative peace. Here's a phone. Then, let's do it. Murray? Hello. Darren Michaels here. Oh, I'll be leaving today. I'll be at the hotel in about half an hour. No, I just wanted to let you know so you can write the bill. Nothing to pay? Oh, right. I paid in advance. Never mind. Now you know. See you in half an hour, Murray. See you soon. Okay, so Murray knows. If I'm not completely mistaken, most of the order will be waiting for me at the hotel in half an hour. To the village. I thought so. I hardly believed he was shopping at the library. Damn it, Tom's here again. So Bates has got something to do with the order. I've got to get closer, but better around the outside.
But you are generously compensated.
Yeah. You know exactly how much I need this bloody compensation.
I will not tolerate that tone of voice. You know.
All right, man. I'll go and look for her.
Thank you very much.
Damn. Where else can I get a tea in this dump of a place? I have to get... How fitting. Cracking Tom's door with his own tool. The same principle as in the hotel.
No, super, bo ja lubię tą zagadkę. No jeszcze raz. No musi być wyżej. Gdzieś o tyle. Tutaj też wyżej. Niżej trochę. Tutaj wyżej. Tu niżej troszeczkę. Też niżej. I dotąd. Nie, troszkę wyżej. Tutaj wyżej troszkę. Jest. Super jest ta zagadka.
The wire snapped. But I've achieved what I wanted to.
To już wiemy, że tej zagadki nie będzie więcej. Dobra, we need the herbata.
There's the tea I need. Now, quickly back to the castle. A card from the 5 murder locations are marked. I guess Bates isn't back yet. Everything's ready. Just need some hot water. I'll just let Sally know. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
Sally, Bates has asked me to tell you that you can announce tea time today. Now all we're missing is the hot water.
Oh, so I'm good enough for that now, am I?
He was rather exhausted after doing the shopping.
No wonder. I don't understand why he simply didn't tell Lewis to go.
I do. There's an ornate fence or some kind of barrier around it. That's taking it a bit far. I've got to find another.
O co chodzi z tą poręczą? O co w ogóle tutaj chodzi? Co tu trzeba zrobić?
There's an ornate fence or some kind of barrier around the globe.
Co możesz zrobić tutaj?
I'm almost certain there's a secret compartment in. I'm almost certain.
Nie wiem, co tu trzeba zrobić.
I don't see what old ladies get out of knitting. They're drinking tea. I don't have any important questions. Everything is ready for tea. Sally put her cleaning things down here. An old metal I'll take the mop with me.
Po co?
The floor is sparkling clean again. Sal I can't see anything unusual. I'll lay the mop head directly over the plug hole. I'd better not flood the bathroom without a reason.
Jakby coś mamy zalać łazienkę. Ale po co?
A pile of towels.
Zbiłeś lustro jak Samuel.
Insanity is hereditary. What's wrong with me? Samuel had a book in his hand, and he was pointing to this tile.
Apele.
The apparition pointed to these tiles. It won't move at all. Whoa! There's a cavity behind it. There's nothing else in the cavity. And if a handwritten page from a book. It looks like it's from William Gordon's diary, with additions from his grandson, Samuel. As far as I know, they both fell from one of the castle towers. Now, did Samuel rip out the page and hide it first? But then, why? There are lots of little pyramids, triangles scribbled on the page in a circle. 3 of them have been crossed out.
O, no właśnie. O to chodzi. Dobra, mamy wskazówkę. Super, idziemy do przodu.
They seem to be the same pyramids. Let's see. You can push them in.
Boże, wreszcie zagadka. Druga, 4., 5. Druga. Czwarta. Piąta.
Yes, finished. But nothing's happening. Most of the ripped out pages don't tell me much.
Druga, 4., 5. Druga, 4., 5.
I knew it. A secret compartment. And inside there is... the second piece of mosaic.
What are you doing there, sir?
I was just looking at this space here. Unusual, isn't it?
Indeed it is. There was always a stone slab there before.
Perhaps someone removed it.
I will ask Sally about that.
That was close.
I've just returned from the village, and I thought you might like to know.
Very good, Bates. Take a break for half an hour. No debate now.
Apparently behind the door, and until I have the key for the... They're drinking tea. I don't have any import. Mr. Bates?
Yes?
I've noticed a huge locked door on the ground floor.
I'd keep away from that, sir.
Why?
There was fire in the rooms through there some years ago. The damage was never properly repaired. The walls have been ruined by rainwater, and the beams have been rotting for 20 years or more. I think you'd risk your life going into that wing of the house.
Lady Victoria.
Yes, sir?
She seems to me to be rather bitter.
She is a dignified old lady who has to bear a greater burden than I would wish for her.
The death of her husband and her 2 sons, the murders, the castle's decline, the end of the family line.
You said it, sir.
What can you tell me about Lady Eleanor?
If you want to know something, why don't you ask her yourself?
I'd like to hear your opinion. Why do you think she brought Lewis here with her, after her husband's death?
And what do you mean by that, sir? Really now, I ask you, sir. Lady Eleanor is a lady, and she treats her servants accordingly. Lewis would have been unable to get a new position. He's simply too old. We can offer him a form of retirement here.
But neither Lewis nor Lady Eleanor give the impression of being happy with the arrangement. You could maybe even believe that she owes him something.
I would be aware of that, and I can tell you that your surmising is incorrect.
Are you not feeling too well, Mr. Bates?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Perhaps you should have a lie down.
I'll have a lie down when I have time to do so. The work won't get done on its own.
Sally could do it.
I doubt that very much.
That must have been quite some fire to destroy the wing like that.
It was a dreadful tragedy, such as we've already suffered too many times here. It must now be 24 years ago. Master Samuel and his enchanting wife Catherine were just married and had only recently moved into the castle. We were hoping that he would one day take over the castle from his father and give us a son and heir. But then, they had not even been here for 6 months. There was a fire.
Did anyone know how the fire started?
No. Master Samuel lost his wife in the fire, and then vanished for the next 12 years. He'd been deeply wounded by the events.
You don't think too much of Sally, then?
I don't think too much of her work.
So why do you employ her?
It wasn't my idea. Her ladyship insisted that we should employ a relief.
Not a great choice, apparently.
It won't last long. She'll soon have enough and then disappear.
Were there any other victims of the fire? Anyone injured, perhaps?
Our cook at the time was the first to discover the fire and tried to pull young Mrs. Gordon from the flames. She became trapped by the flames and would have burnt to death had she not saved herself by leaping out of a window. But she injured her back very badly and had to leave us after that. Why are you interested in things which happened here so many years ago?
Well, the young lady at the lighthouse was also burned.
I find the connection rather stretched.
What kind of a man was he, this Samuel Gordon?
His father sent him off to boarding school early, since he was a very obstinate and wild child. His behavior improved at the school. The teachers described him as an alert, intelligent, and friendly boy, and in the holidays we found him so too. He got to know Miss Catherine after being at school. A wonderful, good-hearted woman. They were married and seemed to have found a perfect happiness.
What do you mean, seemed?
Well, there were some arguments when they lived here.
Was he violent?
To her? I don't really know, but I fear he may have been. Miss Catherine was unhappy, and if there hadn't been some wonderful times every now and again, then she perhaps would have left him. It could have been noticeable to us at that time. The two faces of Samuel Gordon. On the one hand, the loving, caring husband, and on the other, the arrogant and brutish egomaniac. After his wife's death, this nasty side of him seemed to disappear. He never visited us. However, common acquaintances described him as a profoundly sad and broken man.
That is, until he returned and slaughtered some innocent people.
It's terrible. We all wonder ourselves. Perhaps we didn't want to believe that this evil side of his soul had returned.
I'll catch you later, Bates.
Goodbye, sir.
That should create a distraction. The bathtub is full to the brim and starting to overflow. If no one does something about it soon, there'll be water damage. Mr. Bates?
Yes?
Mr. Bates, the bathroom's underwater.
Sorry?
I was just going past the bathroom, and the water was already washing into the hall.
Can you please get Sally, sir?
If Sally doesn't go to the bathroom soon, then Bates will go get her himself and find me here. I'd better... Good day, Sally.
Yes?
Sally, quick! The bathroom...
What?
Bates is really mad. You must...
Oh, me? No. But I really don't know how that could have happened.
I've had enough of your excuses.
But I have never left the flannel in the...
Oh, her ladyship will hear about this.
They're both occupied. Bates is distracted. I have no idea who that is. There's no name on it. It's not one of the usual suspects. So what does Bates read then? Heinlein, Dick, Lem, Zalazny. Wow. There are clothes and underwears. The portrait of an uptight, miserable gentleman. Well, the bottle probably contains pure oxygen. Bates must be very sick. When he was sitting here earlier... The drawer is locked. The wood is too sturdy. The knife would... The butler is an orderly person, just as you'd expect. Bates isn't gonna leave any important Bates isn't gonna leave... The window looks out towards the castle gate. This bedpost looks more than a little strange. There's a slot in the side of the post. What have we got here? Hey, there's a little brass key inside. You can see straight away that Bates isn't well. Bates would be better off in a hospital. A small metal box. A few View documents. And a photo! That's my mother! It's a picture of Mom, Bates, and a few other servants in the snow in front of the entrance portal. Underneath it says, "The Good Spirits of Black Mirror Castle, Christmas 1969. That doesn't add up. I was born in February 1970, and in this picture, my mother doesn't look at all like she's 7 months pregnant. Does that mean... No. The photo must have been labeled wrong. A checkbook, a few notifications, and transfer forms. These are exactly the same ones I found in my mom's desk. And the handwriting is an exact match, too. So it was Bates who was regularly sending cash to my mom. But on whose behalf? And am I really just looking for my father? This thing here could still be interesting. There's a note here between the papers. It has a header which says, "Combination." Either the writing on the photo is wrong, or not just looking for my father. The picture was taken apparently 2 months before I was born. But my mom's looking slimmer than I've ever seen her. Either the picture was... That looks like some kind of a aid memoir that Bates has written out. He must have conceded that his memory wasn't getting any better and wanted to play it safe. It says here, on Sir Egmont's portrait, the builder's eldest sister, my Christian name, the nymph's numbers.
A, to jest ta szkatułka.
It's too heavy for a jewelry box. It almost looks like a... Who am I kidding? There are thousands of... I first need to find out which symbols... Who am I kidding? I first need to find...
Nic już więcej tu nie ma.
Hopefully, they're both still occupied.
We're going to discuss this immediately.
But nothing happened!
Only because the police officer discovered it before it was too late. Do you know what might have happened?
They're going downstairs. Excellent. In all the commotion, Bates will have forgotten that he didn't lock his room. XVIII is written on the bottom corner. Ah, a Roman 18.
18.
XVIII.
Oj, trudne, trudne.
I'll give him a few minutes break. There isn't really anything to see on the base of this figurine. Just a vertical line. Is it supposed to be a Roman 1? There isn't really There's a Roman numeral carved into the base of the figurine. There's a Roman XX is engraved on the base. Either there's an X missing to warn of its lewdness. Let's see. The nymphs have the numbers 1, 18, 19, and 20 on them. That would be 58 in total. But that doesn't help me with the symbols. What have these numbers got to do with the A memoir? Maybe the numbers represent letters of the alphabet. What would that give us? A, R, S, T. Tars? No. Star. Yes, of course. The symbol is a star.
Dobra, mamy symbol gwiazdy. Dobrze.
I can't see any Sir Egmont, and I don't know who Bates meant by the builder. I can't see any Sir... Is there a Sir Egmont in the Gordon family?
Sir Egmont? No. That doesn't ring a bell at all.
Or perhaps is there someone in the area with the name?
No. I'm sorry. Not that I know of.
Strange. Someone who Bates knows, but not Lady Victoria. That doesn't make things simpler exactly. Can you tell me Bates's first name?
Now that's odd. He's been working for us for so long that I can't remember him ever having a forename. Please ask him yourself, Mr. Fogg.
If that was only so simple. As I understand it, this house was built by your two ancestors, Marcus and Mordred. Is that correct?
Well, they at least laid the foundation stone. Most of the foundations, the cellars, and a few walls are from that period.
Not the rest.
Oh, no. You don't seem to be too au fait with architecture, Inspector. In Marcus's time, they weren't able to build castles like this. That came much later.
Who gave the castle its present-day look?
Many of the masters of Black Mirror improved and extended the castle, laid the gardens, and modernized all of the fixtures and fittings. But the one who really had the greatest influence on the fabric of the castle, as you see it now, was Frederick Arthur Gordon. He gave the castle the appearance it has today.
Frederick Arthur Gordon, then. Thank you. I'll go and take a bit of a look around.
Of course.
So, Frederick Arthur Gordon, where are you? Ah, here he is. Frederick had 4 sisters. The oldest answered to the pretty name of Rose.
Czyli Rose.
Old Frederick Arthur.
Czyli Róża. Róża. Czyli Róża Gwiazda. W jakimś liście.
The documents prove that Bates had transferred money to my mom. Either the writing on the phone. The picture was taken apparently 2 months. I reckon that this page isn't gonna. That looks like some kind of. He must. It says on the nymph. Angelina's message. Darren, I hope this That's Angelina's diary. She describes her time in Maine in it. But there's nothing before all that. She seems to have only Tuesday. I found him. Dear Darren, I haven't... Newspaper articles about Samuel Gordon's killing spree. An absolute feast. Boris's note is ripped down the middle. Days be done. They're drinking tea. Does the name Sir Egmont mean anything to you?
A remote neighbor in Wales was called Sir Egmont. But you surely can't mean him.
No, surely not. Sir Egmont must be someone that Bates knew personally. Otherwise, the aide memoir would make no sense. Do you know Bates' first name?
What a strange question. I'm afraid I can't help you.
I'm going to have another look around.
It's nice to see.
Everything is ready for tea. I'll give him a few minutes. Good day, Sally.
Yes?
Does the name Sir Egmont mean anything to you?
Sir Egmont? Of course.
Really? Who's that, then?
And why do you want to know that?
I need the information for my investigation.
And what if I didn't tell you?
What's that supposed to mean? Come on, tell me.
Well, one good turn. Being a copper, you can certainly do me a little favor. My brother Rupert's got a problem with a few speeding tickets. Maybe you could...
Hey, slow down. I'm not the traffic police. Tell me who Sir Egmont is, or your brother's speeding tickets will be the least of your problems.
You can't force me. I'm not telling you anything until you've helped me out, too.
Okay. So what's your brother's name?
Rupert Wood.
I'll see if there's anything that can be done. Perhaps I can fool her on this. Do you know Bates's Christian names?
What? No. Lucifer, maybe.
Okay. I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
Documents prove that Bates had transferred money to him. Newspaper, an absolute feast. She's so busy at the moment. I'd rather leave him to it.
Jak niby mam ją wykiwać?
Can you tell me where Sally's from?
Her family has a farm in Sussex. At least that's what she told me.
Do you doubt that?
Not really. Her behavior and the way she talks quite clearly point to farmyard origins.
I'll catch you later, Bates.
Goodbye, sir.
I'll give him a few. Let's try it. Hello, operator? Please put me through to Rupert Wood in Sussex. Yes, I'll wait. Mr. Wood, Mr. Rupert Wood. Do you have a sister named Sally? Yes, my name's Inspector Falk. I'm calling on behalf of the traffic police. Yes, calm down. No, listen. No, she isn't. It's concerning your speeding ticket, sir. It seems as though someone has made a mistake. According to our records, you are 99 years old. Huh, that surely can't be right, can it? 34. Yes, I thought so. Listen, I'm gonna delete the record, okay? Your speeding ticket is thereby null and void. Yes. No problem. Goodbye, Mr. Wood. Rupert Wood, 34, from Sussex, now believes that his speeding ticket has disappeared into thin air. Hopefully his sister believes that too. Good day, Sally.
Yes.
All right. The speeding ticket...
So, where does my brother live and how old is he?
Rupert Wood, 34, domiciled in Sussex, as of now, does not have any speeding tickets against him.
You're a darling.
Okay, that's enough. Now, will you at last tell me who Sir Egmont is?
Here he is.
Breakfast cereal?
Sir Egmont's finest breakfast flakes. They're Bates's favourite. They're very soft and easy to chew.
Clever. And what does the old guy wear on his uniform? A medal in the shape of a cross. That's it. Okay. I won't keep you from your work any longer.
Ah, don't worry about it.
Hey, there's a letter inside.
Yes.
It's addressed to Mr. Bates, Blackmere Castle, Willow Creek. If Bates's full name isn't going to be on the envelope, then perhaps maybe at least in the letter? It's a bill for a gravestone, made according to your desired blah 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 The inscription is as follows. Edward Bartholomew Bates. To know one's duty and to carry it through. That is everything. So, Edward Bartholomew then. Weird name. Which symbol does that point to? I'll give him a few. Do the names Edward or Bartholomew mean anything to you?
Mean anything? What do you mean by that, Mr. Fogg?
Perhaps you associate a particular symbol or sign with these names.
Oh, I've always been interested in these kinds of things. Now, let me think. Now, Edward doesn't have any significance for me, but the name Bartholomew comes from the Bible. Saint Bartholomew. He was one of the 12 apostles. He preached in Persia and also in India, possibly. He died a martyr's death. He was flayed alive. His skin was removed. That's why his symbol is a knife.
A knife. I think you may well have helped me with that.
Glad to. Even if I do find your questions rather odd. Surely they can't all be to do with the dead girl.
Oh, it's a complicated case. I'll go and take a bit of a look around.
Of course.
Okay, so we know now all the symbols. No Boże.
It must be solvable. At least... He must have conceded. It says on Sir Egmont's portrait, the builder's eldest sister, my Christian name, the nymph's numbers.
Gwiazda. Krzyż. Róża. Nóż. Ale w jakiej kolejności?
must be solvable.
Krzyż, róża, nóż, gwiazda. Krzyż, róża, nóż, gwiazda. Krzyż. Róża. Nóż.
That's it. A big key.
Masz klucz.
There's only one door here whose key. And a small golden medallion. Or at least half a small golden medallion. It must have been one you could open originally. There's small hinges on it. Inside is a photo of me. Me as a little boy, 3 or 4. I'm certain it looks just like the pictures of me as a child in Boston. Was I adopted? There's something engraved on the back of it.
Adrian.
Adrian. Is that my name? And if it is, why was it changed when I was adopted? To make it more difficult for the Order to find me?
Hello.
My photo is in one half of the locket. A lovely
Hejka, obecność. No, co się znowu stało z nim? Biedaczek.
time for a few answers.
O kurwa. No gdzieś idzie.
This is the only accessible room in this wing. Next door is locked and all the other rooms are completely dilapidated.
Ciekawe. No. Biedulki. Dziwne.
There hasn't been a fire in this fireplace for ages. It's cool here. I can feel a draft. The wind's probably...
Dziwne. Może ma bardziej delikatny żołądek. Nie przechodź przez lustro, tak ci mówiła.
Another old picture like all the rest. A woman with a rigid face and dead eyes. I can't tell when the picture was painted. Time seems to stand still in this castle. The woman's clothing isn't much different to Lady Victoria's. The woman could have lived here 200 years ago. Or 20 years ago.
To dobrze.
The material is really rough and old. It's grown stiff. The curtains are very tasteful and can't have been cheap. Little light gets in through the window, and the curtains make the room even darker. Outside I can see a courtyard. Quite dreary. There's a huge mirror built into the wall. Quite elaborate for such a simple mirror. The mirror is very lavish and ornately framed. There seems to be some kind of mechanism at the bottom of it. I've got no idea how it works. I think something's missing.
No Boże.
Something small is definitely missing.
Ciekawe. Co tu trzeba zrobić? Ktoś ukradł tą kulę. No już tylko od razu idziesz tutaj tylko.
There's a small wooden plate lying here.
Huh?
It looks like it belongs to a game. I've got the feeling I've seen it somewhere before. Someone has written Ralph on the back.
Ralph?
A thing from a kid's game. There's an animal head on the front.
Jakieś gry, czyli mamy wrócić do Ralpha?
Hello, Ralph?
Hi, Darren.
Ralph, I've got something here and was wondering if you could maybe help me out with it?
I've got one of those too. Here, look.
A sliding block puzzle. I remember those from when I was a kid.
Yeah. Is it yours? A nice lady gave it to me.
A lady?
Yes, I couldn't recognize her, but Mr. Bubby says she's a holy one.
Interesting.
Mr. Bubby says you can have it. It's a bit broken.
Well, that's very nice of Mr. Bubby. Thanks a lot. I need to get going, Ralph.
See you.
I remember this game from when I was a kid. I really liked playing it back then.
O Boże. O ja pierdolę. Wspaniale, kurwa. Czyli tu ma być 1 złota. Tu mają być 4 złote. Jedna złota, 4 złote. Dwie złote. Tu ma być 2 srebrne. Jakim cudem tu mają być 3 srebrne? 2 srebrne. Dwa, 4, 1. Mają być 2 srebrne. Tu mają być 3 srebrne. Trzy srebrne. Na ostatnim miejscu 4. Na drugim i na czwartym. Tu złotych nie ma w ogóle. Tu mają być 2 srebrne. Na 2 ostatnich końcach. Ale jaka jest zasada? Dwa srebrne, 3 srebrne, 1. Dwójka i trójka. Mówię, że od końca. Ma być 2 srebrne. Ma być złote. 2 srebrne i złota. Czyli od końca tutaj mają być 2 srebrne. Nie mogą być od końca 2 srebrne. Tu muszą być 4 głowy. Cztery, 1. 2. 4, 1. 2 srebrne, 3 srebrne, 2 srebrne, 1 srebrne. O co tu chodzi? Skąd ja mam wiedzieć, jaka jest kolejność? Czekajcie. One mają coś zaznaczone. Albo nie. Nie, wszystkie są takie same. No, nie można nic tu ruszyć. Jedna na końcu, albo jedna na przodzie. Jedna na przodzie, tu mają być 4. Tu mają być jakby 2 na końcu. 2 na końcu. Jedna na przodzie, to jest przód. 2 na przodzie. Albo... Czyli to jest pierwsza. Są 4. Jest 0 złotych. Mamy ci jedna. 1, 4, 2. Ale tu mają być 2. Mają być 2 srebrne. Dwa, 3. Bo tu jest X. Tu jest X. Tu jest X. Tu jest X, więc tu nie ma być żadnej. 4, 2. Tu mają być 3 srebrne. Jest! Mam to.
The ball's outside. Now let's see what we can start with this.
Mamy kulę. Włóż kulę.
Yes, it fits. The little ball rolls around the outer circle. Now I need to adjust something else. I think it has to get to the middle. Alright, let's see.
Gdzie jest kulka? Ja pierdolę. Na jakiej zasadzie to działa? Jest.
Got it. Ah, the mirror. It's actually a secret door. There isn't the slightest sign of decay. In fact, this is one of the most well-maintained rooms I've seen in the entire castle.
Lol?
It looks like a nursery in an old movie. A girl's room. Look at this. More little balls. I've had enough of me. Like in a dollhouse. A four-poster bed. Whoever it was that set this up wanted a... a porcelain music box. And underneath it, the third piece of mosaic.
Masz wszystkie 3 mozaiki.
This melody. Oh! Oh! Ah!
Nie, 6. rozdział to ostatni.
Adrian? Adrian, wake up.
Lol.
Your father had changed a lot. It poisoned him.
It brought out his dark side, made him go mad. It burnt me.
Mom?
I was pregnant. Twins. The doctor said it was a miracle that I gave birth to 2 healthy children, despite my burns, despite all the suffering. A miracle. At first I didn't want you. You reminded me of him, of what happened, of my scars, the pain. I didn't want to live anymore. But then, these 2 little things just lying there, helpless, innocent. I took my parents-in-law's offer, and after more than a year in various hospitals, we moved here. I needed a hiding place. I didn't want to show my face to the world. You needed a family, and yes, I thought I understood. How it had all come to that.
And Samuel?
Your father didn't know that I was still alive, and he didn't know anything about you two. I started to hate him. He ruined my life, and his parents' life. When he turned up here, after his grandfather's death, I hid myself here in my rooms, and I waited for him to disappear again. Angelina was at boarding school, far away, safe. Friends had told Victoria that Samuel was a broken man after the fire, and didn't seem so nasty anymore. But I was still afraid of him. When the first murders happened, I sensed that Samuel's dark side had returned. However, Bates reassured me. He said that Samuel gave the impression of being quite balanced. And after all, the first incident, William's death, happened before he'd arrived. They didn't believe me when I told them how quickly and completely the curse would take control of him. Bates and Victoria blame themselves for that to this very day.
Did Angelina grow up in the castle?
No, not really. She went to various boarding schools and was only here during the holidays. A dreary castle and a disfigured... like me. Oh, not the right environment for a child. She was always happy when the holidays were over.
What happened then? Why did she look for me?
2 years ago, she came to visit the castle for a few weeks. She skulked around the place, read books. I didn't think she was in danger. All the other women of the family were left untouched by the curse, you see. But somehow it struck her. It made her think that she was destined for something bigger. Whispered to her power and fame. Tempting for a child who perhaps never got the attention she needed. Once we worked out that she was absorbed in things that should never have seen the light of day, we took her away from here. We reinitiated the order and hired someone to track her down after she escaped.
Reginald Boris.
Right. Once he tracked her down to Biddeford, sheer horror broke out within the order. What would she want from you? Your blood? We gave orders to do whatever was needed to keep Angelina away from you.
What was it that drove my father and great-grandfather mad?
The castle. It's the castle.
What do you mean, the castle?
Oh, you were a happy child. Both of you were. You enchanted the nurses and were my guiding light in a dark night. But your behavior changed here in the castle, Adrian. We've just been living here for a few years when you nearly killed your sister. You became aggressive, volatile. One day you pushed Angelina down the big staircase into the hall. It was a miracle that she only broke her arm. She could have been dead.
Did you give me away because of that?
I didn't give you away. It was for your own safety. But I saw Samuel's look in your eyes, Adrian.
I was scared of my own little boy. Mrs. Michaels, the cook, who tried to pull me out of the flames and paid with her own health, took you on. You can't imagine how happy I was when I heard that your behavior became normal again in America.
You mean this castle made me sick? Made me go mad?
The people here believe that there is a curse on the golden males. Perhaps the curse means that they drive themselves to disaster as long as they live here.
Did the Order imprison me in the bunker? And kidnap me and take me to Wales?
No. We first found out from Miss Valley that you were here. We decided to get you away from here and tell you the plain truth. But it was like you suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. We feared that Angelina had got to you.
It wasn't Angelina. Or at least not her alone. There was a man with a mask in the jail.
That wasn't one of us. Or at least I hope it wasn't. The Order searched the whole area and we finally found you in our own assembly room of all places. We drugged you and we took you to Wales, to Eleanor's old castle. Miss Valley was already on the way to explain everything to you, but when she arrived, you were gone.
What role do Bates and Lady Victoria play in all this?
They, like me, have witnessed what the curse can do to good people. So they've dedicated their lives to not letting it happen again.
They've brought the Order back into being. An Order that was founded centuries ago to fight against the curse and its repercussions.
Until it was forgotten. We've all paid dearly for that.
Who are the members of the Order?
Victoria, Bates, Eleanor, and myself are committed to the Order. But the others do the real work. The young Miss Valley, for example, she's the leader.
Because her brother Vic fell prey to Samuel.
That's right.
Who killed Angelina?
We don't know. Victoria thinks that Angelina might have done something to herself in her madness.
Pouring gas all over herself and setting herself on fire? Nonsense.
I know. Perhaps we have another adversary that we know nothing about.
Or could it have been me?
Impossible. We followed you through the sewer system. You didn't have time to drive to the cliffs and kill her.
Then it was the great unknown?
I doubt that we don't know him. It must be someone who knows about all the incidents in the castle and knows about the Order. One of us.
Who?
If I knew, then he would already be regretting what he has done. Angelina was a good child. She had recovered, just like you had. We should have just taken her away from here forever.
And what happens to me now?
You have to get away from here, as far as you possibly can. We don't know who killed Angelina. They could also be after you.
You mean after my blood?
That's why we have to get you out of here and organize a new identity for you. And secondly, you have to leave under your own will this castle. This whole area isn't good for you. I'm afraid that you would change again if you stayed any longer. You'll hallucinate and maybe one day do things you don't want to.
You mean I'll see things that aren't there at all?
I don't know. I only know that it made your father capable of butchering a 12-year-old boy.
All right then. I'll go. Mom? Will we see each other again?
Talk to Bates. He'll arrange plane tickets for you. You fly to Florida. We'll see each other there again in a few weeks. It's all too much. I know. But one day you'll understand. We'll talk about it, and I'll explain it all as well as I can. Goodbye, son.
So, you know now, Master Adrian.
Yes. Why didn't you say anything?
When I heard your accent, I thought it might be you, Master Adrian. But I only knew you as a child, and from what your adoptive mother said, I was only sure once you showed me the photograph of Miss Angelina.
You knew she was dead?
Yes. Her ladyship and I drove to the scene early this morning. Our source in the police informed us.
Why all the smoke and mirrors? Why didn't you just tell me what I needed to know?
We didn't know how you'd react. I went to the village a short while ago to inform Miss Valley and the others, but I couldn't find anyone. Lady Victoria thought it would be best to keep you occupied and keep an eye on you until... yes, until reinforcements arrived.
That won't be necessary. I'll go of my own will.
I'm glad to hear that. Ask Lewis for the tickets. Sally should instruct him to collect the tickets from a travel agency in the next town.
Thank you, Bates. Where are the ladies?
They've retired. The last few days were very stressful for them.
You know, there must still be an unknown antagonist.
Yes, I believe someone was working with Miss Angelina.
Someone from the castle?
Or from the village. At least someone who really knows their way around.
And ultimately cleared their partner out of the way.